Good morning, traders. Today is Thursday, March 25th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. Okay, so I apologize that I'm running a bit late here this morning. My data has not even loaded. Okay, but I can tell you we're going to open with a gap down. Okay, and so the gap rules will be in play. The gap rules basically tell us, sorry that nothing's popping up on the screen, the data's still loading. Come on. Basically, the gap rules tell us that if the market tries to fill the gap, so if it tries to push higher to fill the gap and it fails, it can't get up and fill the gap, and it pulls its way back down, that's a shorting opportunity. If it doesn't try to fill the gap at all, if it just pushes up a little bit and then immediately pulls back down, that is also a shorting opportunity. If it pushes away from the gap and then doesn't get to the overnight low, when it starts to rotate back up, that's a long trade. Okay, sorry, it's so much easier to explain this when I've got the stuff on the screen. Okay, obviously, market internals are opening bearish. Come on, data. My apologies, guys. This stuff just won't load. There we go. Okay. This chart's all messed up. One of those days, I guess, just nothing's going to work right. Come on. Okay, here we go. So this is the gap, this red line coming down. We're right at our opening price there. So we did have a drive lower, okay, that failed to get below the overnight low. So this would be an opportunity to go long to try to fill the gap, okay? And you would just put your stop right below the overnight low. Okay, so in talking about gaps and the gap rules and so on and so forth. Okay, now that I've had a second to cool off, get myself ready, positioned, I'm good. I can start talking now. Okay, so yes, we got the gap down. Okay, overnight inventory was actually like mostly net long because most of the overnight inventory took place above our closing price, right? So this little green dot was their opening price, and most of the business they did above this level, right? They really tried to push higher, but every single time, I mean, you can see that 45-degree angle, they just sold it. Every time that the bulls tried to push, they just sold it until it finally gave way to lower prices, okay? So let me just, on this other chart, okay, a day like today is a perfect day to step back and look at a chart on a longer time frame and just kind of get a reference. So let's step back first to the monthly and just see what's happening here. Okay, clearly on the monthly, there's a trend higher, but we're starting to get some dojis. We're starting to get some wicks at the top, which is a sign that it's coming to an end, right? If we look for other previous sell-offs, right, what do we see right beforehand? We start to see those wicks on the top. Sell-off, we had really just one big wick there, another one there. Okay, again, you know, for 4 months straight, we had these wicks. Then we finally sold off. So that's just something to keep in mind on the monthly. Let's go to the weekly. Okay, weekly clearly in a trend. Okay, but it also kind of looks like it's rolling over. So just something to look at. And then finally the daily. Okay, so yesterday we broke, or yesterday we were using the 20 moving average on the daily as support. Okay, but just now we broke below it and we have pushed right up against the 50 moving average. Now I was talking about this yesterday. I was saying how you can see that the trend higher is very clear, but that it's getting old. It's coming to an end because at first, every time it touched the 20, it immediately bounced off, went a little below, pulled back up, had a raging negative day, but pulled back up, bounced right off. But then when we broke through, we had to go down and test the 50, bounced off that. Then the next time we came down to test the 50, we broke all the way through it and had to come back to a previous support level. Okay, so now we're testing that 50 again. So that's just something to keep in mind, that each time that this market has fallen apart, it's been weaker and weaker and weaker, and it's falling more and more. Okay, so that's worth noting. Doesn't mean we have to be bearish. It could bounce right off the 50 today, but it's just worth having as an extra data point in the back of our minds. Okay, well, that trade failed. So, Jesus. Yeah, so what I basically would have done is when I saw the market push up here, fail to fill the gap, I would have just exited my trade at break even. I didn't get a chance to do that because I was talking to you, so I'll end up getting stopped out right here. But okay, so now this was an attempt to fill the gap that failed. Okay, so if the market starts to push its way below the overnight low, that is a shorting opportunity, okay, because the market tried to fill the gap and it failed, and that's a very potent signal. Market internals remain bearish. Okay, they're taking another stab at the gap here. God damn it, I got stopped out on my long right at the fucking overnight low. If I'd have just gone a tick lower, I'd still be in the trade. But that's okay. Let's keep an eye. Let's see if they can fill the gap. So the way gap rules work is that first the market needs to try to fill the gap. Okay, this needs to be the first order of business right now in the morning. The market's watching nothing else but can it fill this gap? Okay, if it can't, if it fails to fill this gap, that is bearish, that it's going to continue down. Okay, if it fills the gap and then at yesterday's low, which is right here at 38.7750, if it gets to that low and then it finds resistance, that is also a short for continuation down. Okay, if it fills the gap and then it keeps going above, you wait for it to pull back down and then find support at the low, and then that's the long trade. Okay, so that's just basically how we use the gap. Any attempt, any push to fill the gap that fails is a short. A fill that finds resistance is a short. A fill that passes through, comes back down and finds support, that's the long. All right, good morning, FRM. Good to see you. Philip, good morning. Stan, I love it. Yep, let's be positive. Steve Z, good to see you, brother. Phoenix, good morning. I haven't watched that video myself, but he's who I learned how to play gaps from, so I reckon that's probably a great place to go check out that video on Twitter. Hi. Good morning. Asif, good to see you. Jeff, good morning. Good morning, Dave. Good to see you. Rocky, happy Thursday, brother. Welcome. Asif, that's why I love you. That's also why you're going to get filthy rich today. You're going to enter a trade, and it's just going to immediately give you money. It's going to be so easy because you smashed that like button right when you got here. Good taper on the low, but it is considered weak because it's only one tick from the overnight low. Stan, where's Fausto? Is he okay? Has anybody seen Fausto? Yeah, I'm sure he's just late. Deke, good to see you. There he is. Good morning, Fausto. Good, brother. Nothing wrong with just hopping on a paper account and throwing in a trade here and there with no emotions attached whatsoever. Just like, fuck it, who cares? It's a paper account. Let me see if this works. Okay, so far they're failing to fill that gap. Yeah, Fausto, that's that's a good perspective to have. You don't ever have to quit being a trader. You can always keep honing your skills, keep developing them, but just find another source of income, in the time being to help relieve all the pressure of what's happening in the world right now and how difficult things are. Um, Nothing wrong with that, man. It'll make you a better trader. Okay, yeah, you think if the gap fills and it keeps going, we'll get up into yesterday's value? It's possible. Yeah, Jeff, that's a great piece of advice that a lot of people totally mess up on. I did for a long time with paper accounts. Is like you switch to the paper account and then you just start doing like wild, crazy shit you wouldn't normally do. Right? Like you're like, oh fuck it, let it, go against me for this, million points and not care or whatever. It's like, no, you have to make yourself treat it like it's your money and you don't want to lose a penny of it. Um, because if you get used to having super wide stops or whatever, as soon as you get back to real money, the emotions are going to kill you. So that's a great piece of advice. Yeah, my one fear with the sell, like this was kind of what I expected in the overnight. I expected a counter auction that would fill the single prints. We missed it by a tick. But I didn't in any wild world see this kind of sell off. So the only thing that makes me nervous about this, okay, so that's a failure to fill the gap, and we're now below the overnight, so that's very bearish. Okay. Like the thing I'm worried about is like the old saying, buy the rumor, sell the news. Like who's selling the shit out of the market right now, and what do they know? That's the only thing that's like seems weird to me. Yeah, so just to ooh boy, voice cracked. Just to give you guys a perspective of the way I'm seeing this right now, I have so much uncertainty in here. I just don't know what's happening. Um, so the way I'm gonna play this is I'm gonna wait either for the gap fill, and then if it fails to go higher, short it on the way back down, or like I said before, gap fills, pushes above into yesterday's range, comes back and finds support, or another push down below the overnight would be another short. But as long as it keeps bouncing around in this range, I feel like they want to fill the gap. Um, I feel like they want to fill these single prints. So I'm going to wait it out. And like I said, I'd go short if we got under the overnight or if we got up to the gap fill and then couldn't get any higher. But other than that, I'm just going to sit by because this is a bit hard to read. The internals are so negative. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fair, oh monk. That could be what's happening. It's tough to say. I mean, like I said, the thing I was talking about this last night. I like tried to. I don't know those of you guys that were still watching yesterday at the end of the day. I tried to zoom out and explain what was going on using value, not price. And like when I just look at the last couple of weeks, it's just so fucking confusing. There's nobody in charge of this market. Nobody knows if it's going up or down. It's there's no clear balance and excess anywhere. It's like you get excess, but then you come back in balance and you break out of it, and then you come back in again, and then you break out of it again, and then it's just like it's really confusing. So if after all the dust settles, we figure out this was just a rebalancing of the market, then that would actually make more sense. You know, this so this is a giant balancing area, right? That's all that this is. It's balancing on a longer term time frame. We should be looking at the, weekly candles or whatever. That could be the case. But man, it's tricky if you trade intraday. Okay, so now we're one time framing higher. Jesus, I keep hitting the mic to turn it off, but I'm instead turning it on, and then vice versa. Anyways, I was just saying we're one time framing higher, so technically we're trending up. I'm not going to call it bullish or trending up until we get above yesterday's low. With all these single prints, there's no reason we wouldn't have a counter auction to fill the gap. So let's see what happens once we get to yesterday's low. Does that become resistance for a push lower? If so, I would go short, even though we're one time framing. And yes, I'm breaking the never fight one time framing rule if I do that, but that's just because gap rules are more potent to me. Okay, ticks look like they're starting to trend higher. Remember, those are the first of the internals to start to show a change in the market. Okay, good call, Fausto. It does seem like the S&P is going to fill its gap at this about the same moment that the NDX reaches its 20 moving average. So if they both push through, pull back down, find support, it's a good long. If they bounce off as resistance, it's a short. Only got 300 contracts traded here at 38.70.50. That needs to be backfilled a little bit. Looks like the Russell's recovered along with everything else. Okay, currently both are bouncing off of those levels as resistance. Still one tick from filling the gap here on the S&P, and we bounced off of the 20, or almost got to it and bounced off on the NASDAQ. My bad. Is the feed still down for people? It's showing as good connection here for me. Are we back? Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Are you feeling bearish? What's going on? Yeah, I hope everyone's got me now. That was weird. My connection was working, but the stream was just like spinning. Okay. Well, anyway, we're back. What did you miss? You missed the gap fill to the tick and then the subsequent sell-off. Okay. Market came back down, found support in this little node of volume right around the POC here, and now it's taking another stab at the low of yesterday. Okay. So this is technically a poor high because it's at the exact same tick as the low from yesterday. So the market, to have any subsequent sell-off, would need to get up here and get a couple ticks of excess and then sell off. But if it gets above and then finds support, we could be on a trend higher. So let's just, again, wait and see what happens when we get to this low. The NASDAQ bounced off the 20 moving average. That is bearish. Tick still sort of trending higher, but a little hard to read. The rest of the internals remain bearish. So it's a mixed bag here, folks. You know, might be a time to step aside and let the market work itself out. If you wanted to take a short here, it wouldn't be unreasonable. You would just stop out if we get, 3 or 4 ticks above the high. But other than that, yeah, I'd wait for confirmation one way or the other. Yeah, my chart's in 2-tick increments, so it could be 77.25, but it's just showing a 77.50. Philip, I'm not really equipped to answer that question for you. I don't know what those are. But if they're candlestick patterns, then yeah, they work on futures the same as everything else. Any data that is financial in nature it all operates the same. Structurally, I mean. It's all, except for commodities. Commodities can be weird because they can be based on things that are not emotional. Like they can be based on, um, like the weather patterns and stuff like that. But pretty much everything else, it follows the same sort of, trends or whatever. Patterns. So once again, unless we get 2 ticks above yesterday's low, this is a gap fill that failed. I mean, a gap fill. So when it fills and then it keeps going, that's a gap and go. This is like the opposite of that, a gap and no. That's what we'll start calling it, a gap and no. You got this little node of volume from this morning right above the opening price. So to me, passing back through that opening price again would be bearish. So once again, it's this little node of volume that we built up this morning, right above the node of volume that they had in the overnight, where we are currently finding support. So breaking through this, call it the entry of the price, or the, a tick below that, call it 38.64, would put me in a much more bearish stance. And there it is. Now I'm bearish. At the same moment, we got the cessation of one time framing, which would likely lead to rotation, although I think that rotation is going downtown. Ticks first to show a change in trend. Did they get you with another drawdown, John? For what it's worth, I think you said yesterday that you've like reset it 15 times or something like that. To me, that feels like about 13 times too many. I would just go back to, paper trading or trading micros on your own, and until you get the win rate that you need to pass the thing. Yeah, but don't feel bad. This fucking market's a nightmare. This is so hard to trade. I guarantee you there are traders all over the world right now just getting whipsawed right and left. John, would you say the fixed goal helps or it hurts? Hinders? Yeah, that's something I personally found too with setting like daily goals for myself. I used to set like I was trying to make $500 a day and that was the goal. And it was like I tried everything. I tried to like reward myself if I got to the $500 a day, and stuff like that. But like nothing worked. It got me. How do I explain it? It made me feel like I had to find trades as opposed to just watching the market and seeing when it gives me opportunities. You know, there's nothing wrong with a whole day going by and you take no trades. If there's no great opportunities, you shouldn't. So definitely something to that. Wait, was there an announcement about jobs today? It's Stan. It's one of those like prop firms where you like pay them. I don't know how much it is, whatever, like $200 a month, and then they give you like $20,000 of capital to trade with. It's one of those things. Exactly, Jeff. That's the way I feel. Setting specific goals requires you to hop into trades that you wouldn't otherwise get in. So, Phoenix, how were those numbers? Were the jobs as expected? Were they worse? Were they better? GDP, worse, better? Not that I really care, but I am curious. Okay, so jobs was better. That's great, Jeff. Jim Dalton would call that trading as a science. And that is, by the way, how most people who make money as traders do it. Thank you, Phoenix. That's awesome of you. Cheers, bro. Yeah, I mean, it looks like pretty much all good. You know, maybe the consumer spending or whatever a little bit down, but only a tiny bit. Jeff and Michael, I second both of your sentiments. I completely agree. Okay, market taking another stab at this overnight low. Internals remain bearish. Yeah, Jeff, that's the concept I'm constantly pushing on this channel. You know, Jim Dalton ran a low-cost futures brokerage for a while, and he said that 90% of the people who sign up for futures accounts close the account within 6 months. So almost everybody just quits too early. I really don't think trading is as hard as people think. I think they just give up too easy. You know, you wouldn't give up because the first year of medical school was hard, right? You do all the work for years and years and years so you could become a doctor. Same thing if a lawyer or whatever. You want to make as much money as doctors and lawyers, you got to be willing to put in the time to learn the skill over time. But everybody still makes mistakes. That never ever goes away. You got it, John. But part of that concept is the idea of not expecting it to happen right away. You know, knowing that even if you have a good week this week, doesn't mean you won't have a tough week again next week. You know, it's like it's a constant battle. Okay, so we're now below that overnight low again. Going to test the lows of the A period here. I don't suppose I have to tell anybody. The market remains bearish. The next support I'm seeing based on market profile is this base of spike from 3.8 at 38.29. I looked over. I didn't see anything super exciting other than that. But we could still find support anywhere in here. This POC at 39.51, maybe. We could put that in there. Okay, poor low created here in the C period. We often first get a push away, and then we go down to repair the poor low. Yeah, hi. If you're asking me, yeah, of course, I have I have multiple long-term investment portfolios. I have a regular one and I have a IRA. Um, Day trading is like a totally separate thing for me. And yes, Dave, the passion is real. You know, I've come so close to quitting so many times. I should actually rephrase and say I've quit being a trader like 4 or 5 times. Like I was just like, I blew up another account and I was like, fuck this. I quit. I can't do it. I'm a failure. It'll never happen. And I'm just going to keep torturing myself. And then a week goes by, and then 2 weeks, and then I start to get the itch, and I'll pop into a chart real quick just to see what's happening with the market, and boom, I'm right back at it. Because I do just kind of love it. It is kind of an addiction as well. So the reason that I'm calling this a poor low is because the C period low is weak, right? If one TPO comes within 1 tick of another TPO, it's considered weak. So because the C is at the same level as the A, it's weak. And because it's the low of the day, it's poor. And a weak reference just means the market's probably going to come back and get a couple ticks of excess past it. But a poor reference means the market's going to push away first. I mean, this is just, it's more likely. Nothing's guaranteed, right? But it's more likely the market will push away first, then come back and repair. So that's literally happening as we talked, right? I said, oh, poor low. It pushed away. It came back. Now we've got 2 ticks of excess, right? So now it's a good low. A single print is when one of the letters, one of the TPOs here, is the only one going across within this time frame. So the software I use puts this little line next to it. You'll see the C period has these 3 ticks of excess, and then the B period has like 10 of them up here, right? All these. So this is really good excess to the upside, and this is just okay excess down here, but it's acceptable. You only need 2 ticks. Okay, so the idea of excess and balance is it's basically explaining the way the two-way auction process works, right? So if you're selling a good, if you're auctioning off something to sell it one single time, that's just a one-way auction process. The auction just goes up. Do I have $10? Do I have $20? Do I have $30? Okay, this person's buying it for $40. That's a one-way auction. But in the stock market, because there's so many shares that are being sold, it's a constant two-way auction process. Okay, this first support, is it going to hold? If not, I do think we might need to come down here and test the base of this spike from 3.8. We are in Beartown, folks. Beartown, USA. So the idea of a two-way market is, you know, as soon as, if they're bidding up $10, $20, $30, $40, as soon as somebody buys at 40, the bidding starts to go down the other way, right? Because somebody else is going to sell, and so their share, they have to start back at $10 or whatever, right? So the bidding is going up and down. So when you get excess in a profile like this, which again, it only has to be 2 ticks, but when you get excess where a single print is by itself, that shows you that that two-way auction came to an end. Okay, you can see it also right here in the volume. You see how there was lots of volume here, and then less and less and less and less and less and less and less as it works its way down. We call that taper. That just shows us that the two-way auction process is running out of steam here, and this is where it completely ran out of steam and started going the other way. So again, you only need 2 ticks for it to be adequate excess on the ES. I'm just talking about this particular asset class. NQ is totally different, all right, because it is totally different volatility. But you only need 2 ticks. However, the more ticks you get, the more potent that signal becomes, right? It's very nuanced. Just keep paying attention. You'll get it over time. Yeah, Brian, it's not you. Something's up with my internet today. It's super stormy outside here in Seattle. It might have something to do with the weather. Can't really explain it. Anyway, I'm deciding right now I'm going to take profits on my short because I do think we got super thin volume here. We're probably going to need to pull back and backfill some of this. So I would re-enter there if I felt like we were going to sell off more. And just as an FYI, if we do get completely cut off, just wait like 5 minutes and come back, and I'll have started a second stream and give it another try. Okay, printing the D period here increases the odds. We work our way up and fill these single prints from the C period. Also, we are one time framing down. Yeah, Brian, as Jim Dalton would say, if you don't see a great trade, there's no shame in stepping aside. You don't know what the market is doing? So, for example, I took profits right about here, a little bit above where we are on my short, was waiting for us to work our way back up to basically to almost right exactly where we did to go short again. But then because we printed the single prints, I changed my mind. But am I sweating it? Am I nervous that we're selling off and I'm not in a trade? Nope, I don't care. The market will present me with another one shortly. Okay, so remember when before I said I wasn't sweating the fact that I missed the trade when it pulled back down? Here we go. We're heading up to fill those single prints now, and we've left another poor low behind, increasing the odds that at some point the market will trade back down. Okay, there's the fill of the single prints. Now we're looking for resistance. Ticks are mixed, everything else is bearish. Okay, the POC just got pulled down below the halfback, which is slightly bearish. Okay, ticks are starting to turn positive, but the trend is clearly still negative, bearish. So I'm looking for the market to find some resistance somewhere. Could it be the overnight low or the halfback, somewhere in this range maybe? If the market continues to pull up this direction, it might be the 20 moving average that comes down to meet it and becomes resistance. Have to wait and see. Internals are starting to head in the right direction. So once again, I'm still bearish. I won't go long, but I'm going to wait for resistance before I go short. Yeah, Tim, which dip did you buy? If you bought this dip, you would be feeling good right now. Or did you buy this dip? Where are you from, by the way, with a name like that? Are you French? All right, well, this little push here in the E period is the second cessation of one-time framing that we've had today. Further increasing the odds, the market just wants to rotate. We got a poor high above and a poor low below. So at this point, it's anyone's game. Normally, I'd be saying at this point, go short above value, go long below it. But honestly, it's hard to say. There could be a buy the dip mentality happening that pulls us back up into yesterday's range. So again, I'll wait until I see some clear resistance and then go short, or I'll wait till we get above yesterday's low and then find support before I go long. The resistance could end up being the 20 moving average. Brady, I'm not sure what you mean. We did fill the gap from this morning. It was filled to the tick and created a poor high. Are you looking at the SPX? Maybe, yeah, maybe there's a tiny little bit left on there. But right now the market is rotational, right? It's looking for a new place where two-sided trade can take place. Personally, I don't see a trade here, long or short. Once again, when I see the market is this clearly rotational, I often buy below value, close out at the POC, and sell above, close out at the POC. But I just don't have any certainty about what's happening in this market. This to me looks like a terrible downtrend. And this may have just been the sort of dead cat bounce type of thing that now leads to further downselling, downside continuation. So, yep, I made plenty of money this morning on the short. So I'm just going to step aside and wait until the market gives me a clear signal. So you're saying closing price to yesterday's closing? Oh, yeah. I've just never heard anybody looking at that. But yeah, if that's your measurement, then that gap is unfilled. But just so you know, statistically, the reason that we use the low of the day and the high of the day as the gaps is because it's significantly more likely to follow gap guidelines. You know what I mean? So the fact that the gap moved up to the tick of right here and then sold off, that like perfectly fits gap rules. The gap rules that I use anyway. I think you're asking, Parlin, would it be a hard short at the top of the B? And the answer is no. If the market's able to work its way all the way back up to this poor high, I'd need to wait and see what happens when we get here, right? Do we just get 2 ticks above, repair the poor high, and then sell back down into the value area? If that happens, yes, I'd go short. I'd wait till it started to pull back down, and then I'd go short with it on the way down. But if it works its way back up to this level and then it pushes higher, I'd be looking for it to come back down and find support, and then I'd go long with it. Right? Anytime you re-enter a previous range, like the previous day's range, if you pull back down to the low and find support, it increases odds that you're going to rotate up to the opposite end. And it's worth noting we have 10 million weak references above us. So, yeah, getting into yesterday's range would be very good, I think, as long as we held support there. But until then, I think the market is just rotating. So look for sideways movement until there's a change. I mean, just looking at the candlesticks, it looks like a downtrend to me. So that's why I'm so uncertain. Yeah, Parlin, that is very confusing. So you're saying your chart is the S&P 500 that you're looking at, but when you buy and sell, you're buying and selling on the Nasdaq? If that's your strategy, you've just gotten lucky. I would definitely change that. Because although often the two move sort of, together, um, you could get really eaten alive. I mean, I'm just looking at today, right? If you bought the low in the S&P, you would have bought the low in the Nasdaq, but then the S&P is stronger, so you might still be in the trade right now, whereas the Nasdaq's pulling back towards that low. So you might not even realize you're in the red because the S&P is a bit stronger. Does that make sense? So if I were you, if you want to trade the Nasdaq, I would look at the Nasdaq. That'd be the chart I'm watching. Yeah, same thing, man. They're the stocks that are in the Nasdaq, they make up a huge portion of the S&P, but they don't necessarily move together. So I would go to order flow in the Nasdaq and watch that instead. Yeah, Parlin. Well, what I always tell people is if it's working for you, keep doing it. But if it's not, but just know you're like risking a lot. I think if it were me and I was trying to master order flow trading on the NASDAQ, I'd be looking at the NASDAQ and honing my skills with that way rather than the S&P. I think it's been working for you by luck, my friend. I don't think it's a better strategy. But that being said, I'm not saying don't do it. If it's working for you, keep doing it. But as soon as it stops working for you, that one time where you have a terrible trade where you get eaten alive, then switch back and start honing the skills of trading the NQ. The fact of the matter is, if you're looking at order flow, the NQ is just way fucking harder to read because the volatility in it is so extreme. So the lesson in that might be don't trade the NQ, trade the ES instead. If it's easier for you to read the order flow, just trade the ES. That's the way I see it. But I'm not telling you no. If it's working for you, keep doing it. This E period high is still weak again. Okay, the next resistance would be the repair of the poor high, getting 2 ticks above and then selling off, or the 20 moving average here. Whoa, look at the internals. We've gotten straight up positive in the breath. That is probably a bigger player buying the dip, if I had to guess. Look at this. The advancers versus decliners. Yeah, this is a clear change in the trend of the market. So let's see what happens when they get to resistance. Yes, sir. I would describe it as pretty wild. There's something happening under the hood here, and I'm afraid we just won't know until all the dust settles. But something's up. My guess is there's some insider information getting passed around about something that's going to happen. And it's just such a strange day, and it's just been such a strange pattern the last few weeks. Something's up. We don't know yet. We'll find out. Okay, so currently that 20 does look like it's working as resistance. But the internals are still pushing. Pushing. Trading Donkey, you don't think that there's any big players that are moving this market around? You think this is all just retail traders not knowing what they're doing? I don't. Markets have a certain process, a certain way that they work. For the last couple of weeks, this market has not been following its process. So something strange is happening. I just don't think we know what it is yet. I have a feeling we're going to find out, the Federal Reserve has been in talks about doing, spending $1 trillion on this, or, something is going on, and we just don't know about it yet. And I'm not talking about like on a day time frame. I'm talking about on a longer term, time frame. Newsblip, wouldn't that be nice? Are one of the 86 people watching this right now? Are you a billionaire? Do you run a hedge fund? Do you oversee a central bank? What's happening over here? Who are you? The basic idea behind that statement is just that my sort of theory to markets is that if you have no clue why the markets are doing what they're doing, something is going on that you just don't know about under the surface, you know? And that's the way I feel right now. For the last couple of weeks, I have not understood what the market is doing. Intraday, I understand. I understand when it's bouncing. I understand when it's trending. But from day to day, the moves are so bizarre. The areas that we're jumping between are so bizarre. Nothing is based on, like no information has changed, really. It's not like we've gotten any new good news or bad news for COVID, good news or bad news for the economy, good news or bad news in any way, shape, or form. So somebody knows something. That's my point. What game are they playing, though? I have no idea. Is this them, creating a hedge for a larger sell-off? Or is this them pushing a little bit of a sell-off so they can buy in at lower prices for the move higher? Well, I don't know. So I'll just trade it day by day. Today I see rotation. Jerry, so you're asking how often do you get like a 100% retrace within a single day where the market sells down here and then rotates all the way back up to here? It does happen. It's not, I couldn't tell you an exact figure, but it does happen. But it doesn't normally happen where you're leaving behind a poor high at an exact reference from yesterday and a poor low. Like, there's games being played. Trading Donkey. Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. It does look a little bit similar, but I don't think behaviorally it's anything the same. So this was that 3,000 level. And yeah, you can see we had some wonky moves in here, but that's not the same as up here, where we're creating these rolling tops, these huge sell-offs one after another. You see what I mean? That to me is a very different thing than this right here, where you had a ton of excess and then you came back down into balance. You spent some time rotating in balance and then you broke out to the upside. That's normal market behavior right there. But this is funky as hell. This is just weird. I mean, it could be nothing, right? We could bounce today, work our way back up to the upper end of the channel, and it's no big deal. But like I said, I've been watching it get weaker and weaker. First time we tested the 20, we immediately pulled right back up. Then it was a little more of a struggle. Then we had to go to the 50. Then we broke through the 50. So why is this time different? You know? What's changed between here and here? This was a month ago? Less than? 3 weeks? It's just very strange to me. I mean, this is the market losing tons of fucking value, like trillions of dollars, and then immediately getting them back and then immediately losing them again. That's just very unusual. That's my point. Dave, what would get me out of the rotational mindset into the trending? Yeah, one time framing would help. But again, for me, it's breaking out of balance, right? We're now in balance beneath yesterday's range. So breaking into yesterday's range and then finding support, that's a change in the market. We're not balancing down here anymore. We're doing something new. And so then once we're up in this new area, we got all these single prints, we got all these weak references. So yeah, I would feel much more bullish and assume a trend higher for the rest of the day if we can get above yesterday's low and then come back down and find support. Also, I forgot to mention spike rules from yesterday. Opening below the spike is bearish. That's what we did, and then we had to sell off. Random anecdote for you. Jerry, that it's just the regular trading hours session. That's a great question. It's the regular trading hours session creates the spike, and then the overnight session tells us whether that spike was legitimate or not, right? So if we'd opened up above the spike up in here, then we would know, oh, these people were wrong. If we'd opened up inside the spike here, we would have thought, well, they could be right, they could be wrong, we don't know yet. But if we open below the spike, we know they were wrong. I mean, they were right, I'm sorry. So the people that went short in here were correct. That's the basic idea. Okay, this high is still poor, only 1 tick of excess. We need 2 ticks. We did push through the 20 moving average. And look at those internals. Okay, we got our 2 ticks of excess. So now I'm looking for the market to get a push higher and then come back down and find support. It doesn't have to be right at this level, but just somewhere around here. I'd like to see it find some support, maybe this little node of volume right here, and then I'll be looking to trade it long. Yeah, Jerry, I've never noticed that in particular. But it's worth, if you wanted to keep the data, open up an Excel spreadsheet, and every time you create a poor low, you keep track of what happens. But remember, the tricky thing about poor references is they significantly increase the odds that they will be taken out. But they often have a push away first, and there's no way of knowing what that push away will be. Sometimes you push away for 2 minutes, sometimes you push away for 2 weeks, and then you come back and repair it. But I will say, the rare instance where you leave a poor low behind, it's usually a poor low. It's almost never a poor high. Those usually get repaired. So when they do get left behind, they're poor lows. But then again, we go back and we talk about the last few weeks. This first sell-off here, I felt was perfectly natural, because in the process of going up, sorry, let me just zoom out here a little bit. Man, my data is heavily delayed today. I drag it right, and then like 30 seconds later it moves. Okay. So like this little sell-off here, I actually liked, because we had left behind like poor lows all over the place. I can see there's one there in the overnight. That was a poor low. Like we left a bunch of poor lows behind. And so as we started to push higher, I was like, ugh, I don't like that we're leaving all this shitty structure below us. And so then we had the pullback. We repaired it in just a couple of days. And so when we had value higher, overlapping to higher here, I was like, sweet. We just need to repair the weak structure. The two-way auction process just had to give, the buyers who wanted to buy a dip their chance. Now we can move higher again. But instead, we're just doing the exact same shit on the way down. We're just creating a million poor and weak references, and the market's just working its way down. So that's what I mean by it's frustrating, because it's just not acting normal. And by normal, I mean in the normal two-way auction process. But there you go. We're back up into yesterday's range again. That is bullish. So I probably need to still do some more grinding down here and build a little more support, a little more volume. But the first resistance is going to be this prominent POC right here at about 38.87, 88-ish. That'll be the first bit of resistance we got to push through. Then we got the base of the spike, right? Or you could almost call it the base of the single prints, which is the high of the overnight. That's the next resistance. And then it's pretty much, just each week reference, repairing them one by one. So let's see what it does. Remember, value is lower. But internals looking much stronger. Advancers versus decliners are now above their zero line. We've broken through the 20 moving average on both indices. Okay, creating some single prints here in the G period. These are likely to need to be retraced. Market still hasn't really found any strong support at these higher levels yet. So it could sell off back into value. Let's wait and see. Yes, sir. Two poor highs, 22nd and 23rd, which was right off the backs of a poor high made in the overnight market that was also the all-time high. So three poor highs. Yeah, three poor highs above us. Now four. But this will get repaired probably. Yeah, very weird. I've never seen that before. I've only been trading with the profile for a year, though, so it's not crazy to imagine things I haven't seen before. But yeah, it's just insane. Okay, can the market start to find some support here? Maybe the 20 moving average on the NASDAQ. We do have a trend. Higher lows here on the ticks. If you get a random tick that totally breaks that trend, clearly breaks right through it, that would probably be the beginning of the reversal. Otherwise, still looking for support. One more single print to fill here in the F period. You're right, Donkey. That 20 moving average on the daily is acting as resistance. It was resistance as well at the high of the NQ for today. This candle here was the 20 daily. Bitcoin right on its 50 moving average right now, acting as support. All right, so I'm going to officially change myself to feeling bullish here, but I want to just caution everybody to not get overly eager in this move. I would get out of, if I was in a long trade right now, I would get out of it if we broke back below yesterday's low, right? We come down, we fill that last single print. If we keep selling off and we kind of get into the value area, that would completely change. I'd go back to neutral, back to rotation. But with the internals being so strong and the now trend higher starting to be very clear, I'm feeling bullish. I'm feeling like the market wants to try to go up and take a stab at these weak references. It's still quite early in the day. So I'm very cautiously bullish here, but ready to switch back to rotational if we can't find some support around this half-back low of yesterday. No, John, no! Design mob, yep. We all agree it's a requirement. What are your wishes for today? Where do you want it to go? Just so the rest of us can keep up. And Fausto, this is the best day to be on the sidelines. This is your opportunity to practice managing your emotions. That FOMO you're feeling, start by shutting that off. Just remind yourself, hey, I'm watching today. Who cares if I missed an opportunity to make money? There'll be lots of opportunities in the future. Deke, thank you for the heads up and using Pacific time. Look at you, brother. Appreciate it. Save me the math. Design knob. Holy shit. That's a great idea. We should just start doing that. That's the way we should trade. We just buy low and then we sell it high. We sell it for more than we paid when we bought it. Fuck, that is the trick. Oh man, I owe you one for that. Def for sure. Correct, yes. My buy is above the value area. To me, getting back down into the value area would be bearish. Or not necessarily bearish, to be rotational. But no, I'm bullish as long as we stay above this halfback, which was also the low of yesterday. And also the base of that single print right there. So I got no problem with the market pulling back down to that level, but I want to find support and not continue into the value area. Okay, we're hitting the first resistance, the prominent POC from overnight. Lots of single prints. Still got the single print in the F period. But they're buying. Oh, Deke, you're in Vancouver? Or somewhere in British Columbia? That's cool. Yesterday I posted a thing on Instagram and I gave Stevesy all the credit for like the entire Canada watching, which is the second biggest group. It was a joke, obviously, Stevesy, but I was saying that since like 8%, this was the video from yesterday, 8% of the viewing was from Canada, I just assumed it was all you. So I said, we see you, Stevesy, holding up 8% of the watch time. And then I got really upset because I realized the Netherlands, whilst I had 27 people check it out from the Netherlands, they only watched for an average of 2 minutes. So clearly they hate me in Amsterdam. Well, Lewis, we just missed each other like ships in the night. I just left LA a couple months ago. Yeah, I was in Mid City, like right next to Koreatown. before, but there are a bunch of people in the chat who are from LA. Too bad COVID was happening. I wanted to do a physical meetup, but it just never happened. But we'll do it one day. I'll make a trip back down. I still work in film and television, so if a gig ever comes up and I'm back in LA, I'll plan a meetup. In Dubai, that's dope. Well, we're happy to have you. Yeah, well, Steve, they're not happy with me. The people who are planning to go to the red light district who come to me instead, they're not getting what they're looking for. RK, man, we missed our chance. Why are you all telling me this after I move? Anyone in Washington here? Or do I have to go to, oh, Canada? Yeah, I was Crenshaw in Washington, bro. We were like creeping on each other. Well, Stan, we definitely missed each other then. uh, all right, well, market having a little bit of trouble with this resistance. It's running out of steam here. But we're still maintaining that higher low trend in the ticks here. Like I said, we'll know it's over when we get that one harsh tick that just punches right through. Well, there you go, Philip. I lived in Culver for a while too, right? Like just a few blocks from that. It's a small world. Well, for you guys that live in LA, if you go to like meetup.com, that like website, there's a group called Traders Meetup. They used to do like once a month meetings, and they have like a couple different locations around the city that they do it. One of them's in Culver. And I loved it, man. It's just like a bunch of 60-year-old guys who've been trading their whole life. They just get together and shoot the shit and talk about markets. They haven't been doing it obviously with COVID, but it's worth checking out once they get that up and running again. Okay, yeah, it's feeling a little toppy here, so I'm just keeping an eye on these ticks, waiting for the break in those. Oh, is it happening right now? Okay, 20 moving average right here on the NASDAQ. Looks like it's about to break as well. Okay, just a reminder, I'm looking for support here at the single print if we do get a break. If we get back into the blue area, I expect a rotation down to the POC. Into the value area, down to the POC. Okay, there's the break in the ticks. Let me see if price followed. Yes, it did. Okay. So now I'm looking for support. If we rotate back into the value area, which it just pulled itself higher, it increases the odds of a rotation down to the POC, which now looks most likely back to neutral. Okay, I stand corrected. We found support right at that low from yesterday and are trading higher. Sorry, guys, I reserve the right to change my mind the moment I finish speaking. Back to feeling bullish. Yeah, Am Gossel, I think he's talking about now. Now, if we get below it, which again is the same thing that I see. If we get back into the value area, it could pull us down at least to the POC, if not to repair the poor low all the way down here. So we want to stay up above this low here. Which it looks like that's what the market wants to do. Getting lots of resistance, though, from this little node of volume from overnight. Ten four, copy that. Good day, Jonathan. Solid joke. Okay, we now have good excess on the high, and we are punching through that resistance. Next target, base of the spike. Any rotation back down, once again, I'd hope to find support right around this little node of volume at 3880-ish. True that, Fausto. The volume is getting thin, though. But yeah, I mean, if they can get back above there, it just makes you ask, why the fuck did we have to sell off? What caused this? Me no. But we're keeping in mind, okay, that value is lower. Value is overlapping to lower 3 days, and now value is lower. So going into tomorrow, just that one signal alone should have us feeling a little bit bearish. What would be great is if we spent enough time up in these levels for the rest of the day that we pulled the value area up, maybe even pulled the POC up. That would be much more bullish. But POC still all the way down here, value still down here. We got to be cautious up here at these highs. But yeah, I mean, from the straight up poor low, dude, just a straight rocket ship up. Yeah, value can be anywhere tomorrow, right? Markets can change instantly. But the idea is that value changes because it's 70% of the trade. When value changes, it's a much more significant change. And those trends tend to be a little more reliable. You very rarely go, and I know it's happened in the last month a few times and it's been weird, but you very rarely have value lower one day and then higher the next. You almost always have like value lower one day, then overlapping for a few days, and then it goes up. You know what I mean? So is it impossible that we just straight up have value higher tomorrow? Of course not. It's just not as likely statistically. Thank you, Algo. I concur. Yes, sir, Dr. Vijay. That's why we trade value, not price. It's much, much harder to push around 70% of the trade than it is the individual price level that the market is at. Unfortunately, I really don't have any good examples that I can show you because the market's been so funky lately. Okay, so going back to the beginning of the month. Come on. There we go. So value is overlapping. Stop moving. Value was overlapping. Then it was lower. Then it was overlapping to lower. Then it was overlapping. Then it was higher. Then it was overlapping to higher, overlapping to higher, higher, and then overlapping to lower, which was the beginning of balance. And that's what's thrown us through this wacky last couple of weeks. So it's just, it's much, this right here, stop it. This right here where value is lower and then it's higher the next day, it's just, that's very rare. That doesn't happen often. And as you can see, it led to just more selling off. So this was just like a dead cat bounce, basically. It was a fake out. I'm just going to mark this as support because that's what I want to be support. Yeah, no, I took profits on a little long trade that I took from about here to here. But as soon as we got the push above the prominent POC and pulled right back down, I just took profits on it. But I'm looking to re-enter long again if we find support somewhere around this low. If we push past it, we're heading to the POC, which just got pulled a little bit higher. It was down here before. Or I guess it got pulled in the E period, my bad. Yeah, I don't even know the exact level I got in. I just went in market. Basically, the market was pulling down. I was wanting it to find support here, but I just assumed I was wrong right there. And so I didn't get in, and then it immediately pulled right back up. And so I just bought at market somewhere in here. And then at that exact moment, I jumped on and was like, I reserve the right to change my mind at any moment. Now I'm bullish again. Doing my Charles the Pirate thing. Fat Thor, no, don't buy now. Wait until the support is verified. Right, we could break through the 20 moving average here. Also, it looks like the internals are starting to run out of steam. So wait until the pullback is done, then buy. Right now, they're still just bouncing around trying to find support. Fausto, for those of you that are just joining us, is decided he's going to really commit hardcore to trying to find himself a job, a regular day job. If anybody has any advice, he lives in Florida, right, Fausto, in Florida? What is an industry he could get into very quickly, learn what he needs to learn, and then make some money so that he can get back to trading? All right, well, Texas north of Dallas, IT related. If anybody's got any suggestions, reach out to Fausto in the chat. All right, well, I'm going to answer your question real quick, Dave, but then I'm going to go watch this Biden talk. Yeah, so for me, I was actually just talking to Fausto about this the other day. To me, what it was like, what you need to know about me as a person in general in life is that I'm a weirdo when it comes to learning new things. Like I got held back in 4th grade because they thought I was retarded. Like I don't learn well. I shouldn't say that. I learn really well. Like when I understand a concept, I understand it usually far deeper and better than most people do, but I'm a very slow learner. It takes me a long time to grasp a concept. And I don't learn like visually or auditorily like most people do. I learn kinesthetically. So I have to learn by actually doing the thing and learn from the experience of it. So for me, when it came to trying to get consistency and profitability, which is something I still work on, it's not like I'm, king shit over here. I still have bad days all the time, but green, over months, right? Not over days. But yeah, like, so for me, it was like, I just had to keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again until like, I literally just couldn't take it anymore. Like I just emotionally couldn't keep making these same mistakes. And that is what motivated me to get better. And so the way I did it was I just honed one skill at a time. So I asked myself, what's my biggest problem? And I was like, my biggest problem is I lose big and I win small. it's emotional, right? I can sit through a market pulling away from my entry forever and sit in the red, but as soon as I've got some profits, I just got to take them. I got to have them right away. So that was the first skill that I worked on. And what I would do is I would just immediately move my stop loss to break even as soon as I got to green. And I did that for like 2 months. And it was annoying because I got stopped out of almost every trade, even if they were going to be right. You know what I mean? But I kept reminding myself in the moment, it's not about making money right now. It's not about winning in this trade. It's about building the skill to be better, right? That is how you get better is you work on the skill, not the result. And then once the skill is good, it brings the result. So I just worked on that for a long time, right? Just always moving my stop up to break even the moment I got green so that I didn't lose any money. Then I sort of overdoing that over time, I realized the trick was patience, right? The trick was waiting for the right trade and not just jumping into every single trade I see because I think there might be an opportunity. So then I started working on just like staying in trades. So I limited myself for a week to only taking one trade a day and making it a set it and forget it trade, right? Like when the limit opens, it automatically has its stop loss and its take profit, and I don't touch it. I get one chance a day, and that's it. I did it for a week, and I wanted to kill myself. I hated it so much. So the next week, I let myself take 2 a day. But by the end of that week, I had learned the appreciation for like just sitting back and waiting for the right trade. And it made me realize you only need one good trade a day. You might feel like you have to take every little opportunity that presents itself, but it's easier as a trader to wait and focus and just nail that one opportunity. So that's kind of how I've done it. And again, I'm still working on it to this day. I'm certainly not to a level where I feel like I'm as good as I will be. I do plan to be like a fucking market wizard one day. Like I want to be one of those guys that's trading, millions of dollars on a daily basis. I want to be that guy and I want to get that good. So I'm just in the very beginning of the process. But that's the way that athletes do it. Right? If you're an athlete in a sport and you want to get better, you focus on one little detail at a time. You get better at your dribbling. You get better at your footwork. You get better at your three-pointer. You get better at your layup. You get, just one skill at a time. You get better and better. And you don't worry about winning the game in the beginning. You're just playing the game for practice. You're working on those skills, getting better and better at it. Jim Dalton used the example when he talked about this of Tiger Woods. I don't really know the story that well, but I guess Tiger Woods at one point in his career decided to completely relearn his swing because he was already the best in the world, but he figured out that there was an even better way he could do it. So he started over from scratch and relearned how to do a better swing from there. So anyway, that's what I think it's about in trading personally. I think it's about slowly developing your skills, one single thing at a time, and keeping your focus on the long term. Don't worry about how good you did trading today. Worry about how good you did at following your rules today, how good you did at doing the right things today. And then the profits come later. Then the consistency comes. So anyway, that's my lecture. I'm going to jump off. I'm going to keep the screen up here, but I'm just going to go watch the Biden on the YouTube. Be back in a few. Okay, so I'm still watching the Biden talk, but I thought I'd just jump on here to explain what we're seeing. So to answer your question about why does the ES seem reluctant to pull back down into value? That's just because it was it's literally happened now before I got a chance to answer your question, but that's because it was trying to pull value higher. So it got above value and spent a bunch of time building up volume and spending time in number of TPOs so that we could pull the whole market up to this level. Okay, pull the value up here. That to me is very bullish. The fact that we just pulled value from down here, from the low down here up to here, is a little bit bullish. We also just pulled the POC. Okay, so likely the market just wants to rotate now, but at least we're at a higher level than we were before. Right, the fairest price to do business was down here. Now it's up here. So I think rotation is in order. I'd be looking to go long below value and short above and take profits at the POC. All right, jumping off again. All right, guys. Well, it looks like I missed some fun in the chat. A little political argument started there, or an argument about getting political. I know I totally agree that we should be able to make jokes about politics, but it just never works. That's the problem. Is like in reality, whenever we start talking about politics, we just piss each other off. So it would be nice if we could make jokes and everybody just laughs and lets it go, but it just won't happen. Every time I end up on politics, I regret it on this channel. Okay. Well, to me, this still feels rotational, right? I guess we're starting to build up some steam, though, here in the internals. So maybe we got another push higher. But yeah, somebody had asked the question before, like when we were bouncing around up in here, what did it mean that we weren't coming down? And that this is what it meant. It meant we were pulling value up higher. We were pulling, some volume up in this area, pulling up the POC so that we can rotate in this area. You know what I mean? In a perfect world, in the next hour, I don't think it's possible, but in the next hour, we push our way up here and put in some volume up in here so that we can pull the value area overlapping to lower, which would be less intense of a bearish signal than it being outright lower. Don't know that that's going to happen. Got some resistance before we get there. But yeah, more than likely we just rotate from here. We make a new high, get some nice excess, rotate back to the POC, rinse and repeat. I'll just say neutral. Yeah, I agree with that, Slade. If it got up here, that would just be the high, and then it would rotate back down. I'm just saying in a perfect world, it would be nice to spend some time up here. But more likely, we just rotate. Yeah, Slate, of course, man. I love hearing alternative views. That's the only way you get different data to work with in your mind. You got to hear other people's opinions. So feel free, dude. Hit up the chat. Okay, we left a single print behind here in the K period. That will need to be filled in right there. Just looking for the market to find resistance somewhere. I've got this basis spike. This was kind of like just a guess of where to target the basis spike. It maybe should have been from the single prints in the M period or started earlier in the day. I just had a hard time yesterday kind of picking the exact level where the change took place. So I would just pretty much say anything in between the high of the overnight and the halfback of yesterday. Anywhere in between 39.04 and 38.98, likely to become resistance somewhere in there for a rotation back down towards the POC. John, you must be new to the channel. Or John B, I should say. You must be new to the channel. No, I have the money to activate the windows. It only costs like $100. I just refuse to do it on the principle that I paid for the software already. I paid for Parallels, which is supposed to come with Windows, and it works. Everything inside of it works right. You just have this little ghosted bug. Until you pay Windows, Microsoft an extra, like, I think it's like $150 or something like that. So to me, that's just like a scam. I just don't like it. First you charge me for the software and then I got to pay extra to Windows. I don't have to pay it. It still works fine. But just to get rid of this, no, these bastards will not get me. So it's on principle. But yeah, maybe I should just, enough people have commented on it now. I should probably just do it. Yeah, John, we've literally had conversation after conversation about it. Many debates have taken place. Philip, are you asking me? Do I feel bullish or bearish? I don't. See, that's the problem. I wish I could. I wish I could think in a longer term time frame, but because if I could, I'd be a swing trader. Man, if I could just enter a trade and sit back and relax for like a week and let it go my way, man, that would be the best. That would be so good. But I just tend to do better taking it one day at a time. Literally just looking at what the overnight did, looking at what yesterday did, looking at what the overnight did, and then dealing with what's happening right now in this moment. That's just where I have an edge. But yeah, I do in my life want to become more of a swing trader who takes longer term positions. I would also love to become like more of like a macro trader, instead of just trading one asset, kind of understanding the flow of money from one asset class to another and kind of riding the larger waves that are happening. But I just still have so much to learn. Trading donkey, don't you dare talk to me like that. Ditch the Mac. Them's fighting words. Yeah, John, you hurt me. You cut me deep with that question. Yeah, but even in that regard, I just feel like I was talking about this the other day. I feel like my understanding of what the S&P is supposed to do is based on historical data. It's based on what it did in the 30s and 40s and 70s and 80s and in the dot-com bubble, and that's how I currently form my analysis of what should happen with the S&P 500. And in that regard, I mean, I don't know why anybody's buying it right now. I don't know why anybody's been buying it the last year. The PE ratio is fucking insane on a lot of these stocks. People are overpaying like crazy. The biggest group of investors in the American stock market is the baby boomers who are just now starting to take profits on their lifetime investment. So they're going to suck huge amounts of wealth out of the system over the next 20 years. America is no longer competitive like it used to be. China will definitely be the world power in the next 20 years. So it's like, I just feel like we're in a new era where I honestly don't feel confident I understand what the market is going to do in a year. If you'd have asked me when we had that giant pullback because of the giant correction because of COVID, are we going to have a V-shaped recovery and immediately go back to new all-time highs whilst thousands of people are dying every day? I would have said impossible. I would have said, you're absurd, sir. Get away from me. But now, well, turns out it can. Money printer goes burr. Volume getting, I like that. Thank you, RK. I'm going to make some more. One of the many lists of to-dos that I'll eventually get around to. Okay, market looks like it wants to go fill that single print. Does that pull us further down into value? Or do we rotate back up? Let's wait and see. Yeah, Slade, I agree. Numbers are getting thin here on the volume. Lots of single prints. We're above value. So as soon as this sucker loses steam, it's going to get you a pullback. But right now it's still going. So again, same as before, I would just look for a break in the ticks. I mean, it's so hard to read because all these ticks are like full bodies, the full range. That's so bizarre. But yeah, when you break the pattern in the ticks right now, here you go. Higher lows right there. When you break that harshly, that'll be the beginning of the pullback. Yeah, I'm not really looking at the specific numbers. I'm actually just looking at the shape of the like candlesticks here, these white candlesticks, and how much fatter it was down here. This is where the market's been doing business, and look at how thick those candlesticks are. So this to me is just very thin compared to that. Just means we're slowly running out of people that want to do business up here. Uh-oh. Dude, Lewis bought a t-shirt. Thank you, bro. You're the first person to ever buy a piece of merch. You'll have to give us a review once you get it in the mail. Let us know how it is. Is it comfortable? Does it look good? Does it smell like a factory? What's it like? Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Lewis. You'll be like the OG. You'll be the first person rocking the Pirate Traders gear. And 10 years from now, you'll just see it everywhere. And you'll know you were the OG. John, go down, damn it. Give it time. The buyers will run out. They always do. Yeah, John, I got to do some more research on it. I honestly don't know. It's a like a print on demand thing. It's just done automatically through the Streamlabs app. Um, so usually when you get print on demand, they just print it in whatever country you live in. So they would print it for you in the UK and then ship it to you. Um, but yeah, I mean, if you give me a few days, I'll try to figure it out and let you know. Or you could just risk it. Just go buy it and see what happens. Mangesh, is it better to buy SPY puts when they run out? I'm kind of confused by that question. How do I feel about the overnight after today? Well, you know me. I'd love to make a random guess. Um, it's tough to say. It really is. Let's go look at the daily. Give me a second to just look at the daily moving average here. Okay, so I mean, if I was an overnight trader and I watched the market come in and bounce beautifully off the 200 like that, that might give me the confidence to think that was the low. Um, Indicating that they would want to probably push higher. But based purely on the activity that they had overnight, it was like 50-50. You know what I mean? Most of the trading took place up here. So if they were the people that went long in this area, I mean, we're probably going to pull back before we close and be almost in that area. So they're not going to experience any shock and awe. My guess is, if I had to guess, rotation within today's balance. Somewhere inside of today's range. Basically, something that looks like this. But that's just a guess. RK, dude, another t-shirt purchase. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Well, hopefully Lewis will get his shipped to him first so he can be the original OG. But wow, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Okay, yeah. So is it better to try to do puts as they run out? Um, that's such a hard question. I'm not really an expert in options, but that seems to me the way to do it, right? Especially if you're just doing it like as a day trade. Yeah, you want to go shorts or you want to buy the put while the price is up here for the rotation back to the POC, which is likely. But if you're buying the put for like a week from now or whatever, it's hard to say. You know, the overnight market might push up, might hit some resistance after it repairs these weak references and then sell right back down. And then tomorrow we have another day lower. So you could get a better entry by waiting, but I don't really know. I just know if you were trading futures, you would be selling into this kind of excess, right? Wait first until they run out, but then you'd sell it. You're above value and the market is rotational. Okay. So Asif is saying if we get the M period sell off, it might target the low of the value area here. Makes sense to me. Sounds like a rotation. I didn't even realize we're 5 minutes from the M period. Oh boy. Yeah, we now have a bullish trend in Pirate Traders t-shirts. We are one time framing. We are one t-shirt framing at this point. Correct. Yeah, when it gets to the POC, that's the fairest price to do business. So, that's a great place to bring in buyers, just like we did here. EF. Yeah, so the POC pulled up in the F period. And then from that point, every time we got down to the POC, we brought in buyers, right? So that's the target on the downside. That's like high probability. Thank you, Stan. Have a good one. Yeah, he's actually my girlfriend's dog, and he's a mix. He's like a half wiener dog, half something else. And he was like a rescue who was abused before we got him. So he just heard me talking about him, and now he walked in the room and he's sniffing my leg. Come here, boy. Can you guys hear him breathing? Anyway, yeah, he's like a little rescue, and he was abused, so he's like the scaredest dog of everything. He just spends his whole life shaking. It's the saddest thing, but I love him. Maker, it's not a dumb question. It's a perfectly legitimate question, right? We've got 3 TPOs in a row where we are one time framing higher. But this is something that I've talked about before. I'm not very good at recognizing when we go from rotation to trending, which does happen a lot, right? A day starts rotational and then it trends at the end of the day, one way or the other. I'm not good at catching those because my instinct is always to assume more rotation, right? But to me, the fact that we're this far above value, this far above the fairest price to do business, just increases the odds that we want to rotate back down. But yes, technically we are one time framing from the J period. All right, and we open the M period. So we got single prints above and below. We are above value, above the POC on a rotational day. Hit me in the chat. What do you think is going to happen? Let's see where the groupthink is at. All right, so we got a couple people thinking higher, couple people thinking lower into the value area here. We got Slade thinking lower, but hoping higher first. Get your guesses in. A push higher, okay. Left some single prints behind here in the L period. $38.91. I'm going to take a stab at this. Yuri? Yeah, it has to be Yuri. Thank you for the subscription, brother. Welcome. You think the NQ is going to punch up above its highs here and get up into this area? It's completely fair. I didn't even notice how much weaker the NQ was today than the S&P. Okay, well, it seems like the consensus is a push higher. I don't know that I agree with that, guys. I think if we do push higher and get up into these, like, 39.07, 39.10 levels, it's like we just go there and immediately pull back down. The internals are still strong, so I guess anything's possible. The trend is still holding the ticks. Thank you, Am. If you have not, smash that like button. I need you to look deep down inside your soul and ask yourself what's wrong. What's going on, man? Why won't you just hit the little thumbs up? Just push it. It's so easy. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's true, actually. Now that you think about it, we haven't had as many like crazy sell-offs, the M periods where they go up and down all over the place, they've kind of been directional. Um, that's an interesting thing to have made note of. People are pushing the dislike button. I don't know why it doesn't show me the dislikes on the studio thing. It only shows me the likes. Oh, one dislike. Who cares? There's always going to be that guy. Oh, one dislike. Who cares? Thank you, Lewis. Man, you're my new support system, brother. I appreciate it. They chickened out. They hit the dislike, and then they disliked themselves for judging me, and so they undisliked me. The question is, after undisliking me, did they like me? I guess we'll never know. Man, look at these ticks. This is crazy. It's a strong trend higher. There are buyers buying this. Not in huge volume, but they're still buying. You got resistance all in here. You got the weak L low. You got the half back from yesterday, the half back from the overnight, and the closing price from the previous day. All of this likely to add resistance. Ex-girlfriend, perhaps. I sure hope not. John B. Yeah, the profile to the right here with the purplish colors, that's the regular trading hours, and then the bluish colors over here, that's the overnight. Okay, we're punching up into that resistance. Got lots of excess on the high here. Got two sets of single prints below. We're above value, above the POC. But we got strong internals. Slay filled is short. I agree, by the way. I think it was a good call. We still got 15 minutes for this sucker to pull back. But man, they're still buying the underlying stocks. The trend still is holding right now. Okay, we're starting to break that trend on the ticks. First target to the downside is filling the single prints in the L period and then the K. Man, you took profits quick, John B. You took profits instantaneous. Like, or you must be a scalper. All right. Well, I just stepped in there with you guys. At 04, I'm short. John B. Don't worry, bro. You'll get there. We all go through it. Okay, that's the repair of the week L high. Oh boy, they're pushing. Yeah, John B, that's the trick. Is when you enter the trade, you already accept whatever the loss is, if it gets to your stop loss. So you just decide, I believe in this trade so much, I'm willing to lose X amount. And then you don't let yourself feel paranoid or worried. You just let it go. You've already decided it's fine. Murder algo. They're trying to squeeze us, bro. They're trying to give us the squeeze, but we're not going to give in. Jesus Christ, internals, chill out. Yeah, they might get you. I don't have a stop set right now. I'm just going to sit through it. This same exact thing happened to me yesterday, if you guys remember. When we had this push down in the M period, I was absolutely certain it was going to pull back up because of all the single prints. It did, of course, in the overnight. But I now am finding myself wanting to say the exact same thing in reverse. Like, who cares if it doesn't pull back during the trading day? The overnight will bring it back down. So once again, I'm as flawed as the rest of you. I don't like being wrong. I don't want to admit it. Even though I literally did it yesterday. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But we've been in the previous day's range since this morning. Right? That's when I switched to bullish. This morning was when we got into the previous day's range. What I'm not liking about this is the amount of excess. Excess leads to balance, right? So when the market creates this many single prints, they got to pull back into balance. It's just a matter of time. Will they do it in the next 6 minutes? Me no. But I bet you they do it in the end period or they do it in the overnight. Okay, well, I'm back into the profits here, so I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to a tick below break even. And just hope I don't get whipsawed in the last 5 minutes here. The value area of the previous day. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. This, like, getting back into this value area is bullish. But still, we can't deny the fact that the value for the day is lower. It's not overlapping to lower, it's lower. So that increases the odds the market wants to either continue to go lower or maybe go sideways to balance. If I had to just guess, like just pull it out of my butt and just guess, I think tomorrow we balance in this area. It's also a Friday tomorrow. So let's see. But come on, we got to fill these single prints, guys. What are you doing? Don't leave those. We're starting to build some volume right where this node of volume was from the overnight 2 nights ago. Right at that round number, 3,900. All right, well, with 3 minutes to go, I'm going to go ahead and just market my way out of this trade. I'm going flat for a $1,075 profit. Oh, yep, got out for 1,000. There you go. So when I say internals, I'm just talking about these 4 charts right here. The breadth, the advancers versus decliners, and then the ticks for the NASDAQ and the NYSE. They just look at the underlying stocks and how much is moving in and out of them. And Magnesh, don't feel bad about that, because when you posted it, I almost said out loud, "Ooh, you're a little bit early on that," but then I didn't because I felt like I might be totally wrong. So like you got out of that trade at a time when it was sending tricky signals. And that's a better thing to do. Preserve your mental capital. So I wouldn't feel bad about that one. No problem, Jeff. We'll see you next time, brother. Oh, now they give up? Thanks, guys. Thanks. Telling me I wasn't patient enough? Oh, Maker, you've had no sound. You asked a question earlier. Ask it to me again. Oh, okay. That is a great question. Yeah, so why didn't I call the one-time framing from the J period low? Right? And what I explained was that I probably should have, right? I should have recognized a new trend, but I'm just not good at it. Once a market is in rotation, it's really hard for me to recognize when the new trend starts, because I've just seen it continue to rotate so many times. So like now in hindsight, sure, we've been one-time framing the whole rest of the day, so I should have recognized that. I missed it yesterday as well on the way down. It's just not one of my strengths, but I'm learning. Yeah, Slade, let's do it again. RK. Don't ask yourself that. I think we still have a poor low, don't we? Yeah, no, fuck that. Odds still favor that we're going to come back and retest this. So don't feel bad about not buying it. Value is lower, and we've got 2-week references below. I mean, that is market-generated information that says the market could sell off from here. I don't think so because the internals were so strong today, but certainly should not feel bad about not buying that or any of this. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you here tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. For those of you that are still here, it's tricky to call the base of the spike higher today. Is it this single print or is it these single prints? This was when it was rotational. This was the push out of rotation, right? Yeah, no, this is the base of the spike. I'm just thinking out loud now. You guys go on, move on with your days, okay?